Well, hello, and welcome back to Minecraft 1.16.5 Pain. We still have all this Botania stuff on hand. Hey, Cheech. And I think I'm going to expand my defense network to the nether, so I can more easily collect lava. That's going to involve remaking the two defensive flowers we've already had, and basically replicating our defensive setup on the other side of the portal. We start with the thermal lily. Fire, earth, red, orange, orange. As the lag inherent with starting up this thing disagrees with us doing literally anything. Too bad. I run this show. There's our generating flower. That will power the defense network to be. This pool will hold the power for the defense network to be. And we hit a small snag. Because I need to be able to distribute the power for our new defense network to be. And I'm out of living wood. So we'll just produce some more of that. Get the gold that we'll need. You may notice my mouse floating around crazily a lot these past couple days. New mouse pad, and it still hasn't fully unfolded, so when I pick the mouse up to move it, like sweep, 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 picking it up sometimes moves the mouse randomly. So it's a small frustration, but we're getting over it. While our living wood cooks, redstone root, 2 cyan, 3 red. It sounds like the redstone root is already prepared. Redstone root is grass, and I don't have any grass at the ready. I also forgot to put all this stuff away. Where are my shears? I've got to have shears somewhere, right? But they're not in my backpack. Oh, that's right. They're in the toolbox. I knew that. I'm totally not playing another version of Minecraft behind everyone's back where everything's different. No, sir, not me. Well, that one has the new occultism, which has been updating very nicely, actually. I'll have to do another showcase on that one. I know I've done occultism before, and it's not exactly a whole new beast now, but it does have a lot of changes. and yet it sticks to its good design philosophy, something these mods could certainly learn from, in that it gives you challenges and also gives you all the tools you need to address those challenges. Instead of just going, lol, everything is now gated behind, I don't know, screw you. Go slogging through the ocean for 3 days in the hopes of finding something extremely rare. So many mods are like that. They just go, oh, you want to go any further? Well, go collect some gas tiers. Why gas tiers? I don't know, they're hard to get. There's literally no reason for the gas tiers, but we're going to send you to get gas tiers, just because we have to gate them behind something. What was the poison flower called again? Let's go check. Oh yeah, I also have to replenish my animal farm again. Because I have my nether portal here. Thanks to Lycanite's mobs, it is constantly spawning nether monsters. So I decided to fix that. We placed this little setup down here, which has a Hyaccidius, which poisons everything within a radius, and then a Bellathorn, which damages everything in a radius, and this Thermalily to feed it. And this is the same setup that we're now building on the nether side of this portal. The problem with these is that they have a 6-block radius that ignores walls, which is good for the portal, but was very bad for the animal farm I have down here. Like, the whole left half of this room was covered by the flowers, which is why it's empty now. But that's okay. Chickens and cows are not that difficult to replace. They're expendable. So I went down there to get the name of the Hyaccidius. Autumn and water. Autumn's going to be difficult. I don't like autumn. Autumn is a 2nd tier room made of fire and air. Let's pull that out. Don't need it. Fire, air. 3 leaf blocks. And a spider eye. I don't have any spider eyes. Yes, I do. I specifically split off my spider eye collection because it was getting out of hand. Alright, that gets underway. Living rock. Confirm. Now, about that autumn and water. Autumn. Water. Redstone root. Green, 2 magenta, 2 purple. Green, 2 purple, 2 magenta. And it finishes with a seed, as all Botania flowers do. are ready to get this little bit of nonsense underway. I've also used a lot of arrows apparently, but to little effect. And my food supply is, of course, low again. This stuff I need to deal with before I go back to the miller. More pet up. My horse armor collection is just getting crazy. And what's good about it is that it also applies to Lycanite's pets. So it's not all a waste. Gilded Blackstone is technically an ore. This golden axe is salvage followed by garbage. It's only tough tones that I found in the Demon Realm. Different and distinct from the Nether, by the way. And then Nether Wart there, and now we're ready to go to the Nether. Which, of course, will plague us with monsters as soon as we step through that gate, but a monster has already... Ow! Yep. Like Lycanite's mobs, the existence of another portal kills you. Fortunately, things are dying just from trying to cross over the portal because I've trapped the other side. Now I just have to trap this side. Look at that. 51 nether wart. Why? Just from stepping over here. And I think I need to go back, actually, because I need some cobblestone. The Grigori that passed through the portal died. Oh yeah, not only do I need some cobble, I also need some dirt. Not that much dirt. Just enough dirt to plant these flowers. Now we're ready. We will end up killing that pig as well. Which, collateral damage. I would prefer him to get out of the way, though. So my plan here is to make this the block where I place the lava. Which means the thermal lily will have to be near there. But diagonal to it. So, basically here. And this will have to be protected. Oh, hi guys. So that is an extremely deadly fire-breathing dragon. And next to him in the lava pit is a charoof that hurls lava. Considerably worse than ghasts if they decide they don't like me. And I can't decide whether I want to not give them the chance or not risk angering them. Because they seem perfectly happy where they are. Yeah, okay, things seem to be fine. Alright, so that is where my thermal lily is. And I don't really have to be particularly careful with what I'm doing down here, because the flowers I'm using have a 6-block radius. So as long as it goes anywhere underneath here, it's fine. So I'm just going to have the mana spreader. Oh, why not right there? And that should take the mana from the thermal lily. There we go. Bound to it. If I'd placed the mana spreader first, I wouldn't have had to manually bind that flower. The mana spreader feeds into the mana pool. And the mana pool provides power to poison and damage. They are both linked to the appropriate thing. That's linked where it needs to be linked. So I should be able to just block this in completely. And then drop a lava bucket next to the thermal lily in that little pit I made. And that will power the system and kill the zombie pigman as proof of concept. The only trouble with that, I don't have the lava right now. And I don't know what that noise is. No, really. What the heck was that noise? It wasn't the dragon. But there is another lost soul thing over here, which we have been insta-killed by several times before. That thing is just a creeper that flies and has no explosion delay. But I guess as long as it stays over there, it's fine. Ack! Okay, there is something in the lava. That is very burny. some kind of lava worm that only sometimes wants to be visible. Umibas. Okay, I'll take your word for it. What? What? Where? What? Imp? What? Oh, okay. These creatures are just making up threatening noises at this point. I don't know where that imp is. The closer I get to this lava, the more threatening everything sounds. All I want to do is steal the magma. Though what I would really like to do is expand this Botania power network, so I have deadly flowers all along this coastline. But that's not exactly feasible. Okay, imp sighted. Ow. Time to act! Get away. Get away from me. And the Charoof is right there. Or maybe that's a new one. So, don't throw lava on me, please. Also, the pigman died. This whole system isn't even running yet, and the pigman died. I guess that's fine by me. That charges the fire flower. I would kind of like to be able to see the flower, actually, so I can judge whether it's smoking or not. There we go. Now I can peek in on it, and I can know whether it's good to give it power. So at this rate, maybe I should just expand the room. Great, another imp. Why don't you come closer? Thank you. So my flower can melt you. Where'd it die? Maybe it didn't drop anything. Okay, this fire needs to go before that spawned anything else. What the heck is that? Some kind of lava-based ankylosaurus. Let me just shoot you both. What is multi-shot for if you can't kill two things at once with it? Also, did I just kill a third thing in the middle that I didn't even know was there? Charoof down. Kalk, which becomes lava when it dies. Good to know. I also have more threatening nonsense absolutely everywhere. The whole reason I came to the Nether at all was so I could gather more lava. Not get mocked by the locals. Of course, thanks to Lycanites, standing near lava means I am basically standing near an ocean of monster spawners. So whenever the mod feels like it, I'm just going to get dumped on by some kind of new beast. Fortunately, we steal the lava and get away. And now I have a whole tank to run my new defense system with. The only way this could be better is if I could see the lava pool, or the mana pool. So a glass block right here would be ideal. And when this flower stops steaming, we can feed it again. But not until. If you feed a thermalily while it is smoking, it will consume the lava and give you no mana in return. It just eats it. Well, that could be a glass block too. Alright, I'm convinced. 2 glass blocks. And now both sides of my nether portal are defended. 2 glass. We will Botania flavor them. Ooh, that took a while to load in. Glass. Oh, great. It's a special kind of transparent that makes it so you can't see. It's useless. I can't see the mana value, and I can't see the smoke particles. It's like a Second Life Invisiprim, just granting invisibility to, or transparency to things I didn't need to have transparency. So, what else is vertically transparent that I could use in this way? Regular glass? I'm just worried about the regular glass somehow melting, since there is a monster that can just destroy your stuff. I think that Charuf's lava, or something's lava, melts cobblestone. But our options for transparent blocks appear limited. What do you mean tinted glass is tough enough to withstand withers? That sounds right up my alley. We have a wither-proof block that only costs glass and charcoal? Are you kidding me? Why, yes, I am extremely interested in that. Yeah, there's no reason to doubt the truth of it. It wouldn't. Mod makers don't make claims like that unless they're accurate. But it definitely needs to be seen to be believed. I don't exactly have the means to summon with it right now. I think I've been to the Nether Fortress once. Oh, there goes another trespasser. The poor fool. That also transparentizes my mana down there. Does it hide my particles here? Yes, and worse. Well, this is becoming annoying. Should I have just trusted the normal glass to begin with? I have nowhere to put the tinted now. Maybe I have too much dark oak? Yeah, the iron bar might do what I need it to. I also have too much magma block. What is all this magma block for? Ashen stone, don't care. Blast brick, I have one. Transmuting into obsidian, bad idea. Light well into lava. That's actually not a horrible idea. Like, it's bad, but it's not the worst idea I've seen. And it's also involved in tokens of anger, which are kind of important. So apparently I need another light well, so I can manufacture my own lava from this magma block surplus. I don't care what the crystal stats are. Three runes, 2 chiseled. Oh yeah, I also still have to make this thing. So... Whoa! Calm down, weird dragon monster. that I want to study. Yeah, there was nothing I could do about that. And it's still out there. Good news, now it's not. I think this was the light well recipe. Yes. I think the light well has to be... Does it have to be exposed to the sky to make lava? I don't know. That demands another test. Because if I can have an infinite lava production room right down here... Goodbye. Actually, let me ask another stupid question. Okay, dripstone doesn't exist yet. I'm not as dumb as I thought I was. Lightwell, magma block. It is not working. It needs a view of the sky. So I've wasted that magma block. This will require more pump and pipe. I'm just doing all kinds of things instead of going to the nether and doing what I need to do, huh? Such is the way of Lycanites and assorted nonsense. Also, is this really the first prismarine I've found? Apparently. I just don't know what to do with it now. This charcoal, I plan to, is it possible? Yes, crush down to gravel, and then crush again down to sand. And that will get me more glass. But right now I need more iron. Alright. Lever for power. Iron. I need to make a pump, which makes pipe, which requires pipes, which requires plates. What do I have for pipes? Not nearly enough. Nine. I guess we just go with that. And 32 of this iron I can work on tripling. There simply is never enough iron. So you go in there with my explosive powder, and you will begin to triple. The iron ingots go on the press to become plates. There. Now let's get away from that grinder noise. What am I missing? Iron mechanical component. Which means I don't quite have enough plates. I didn't account for those 2 plates in what I was doing. I can still make the pump. The pump is ready. But I don't have enough plates to make more pipe. Well, back to the noisemaker. All this charcoal. I guess I could use this to keep feeding my Botania setup over here. I would like to make more invincible glass with it, but it's not exactly a priority. And charcoal isn't exactly difficult to come by. Okay. Now the way this is going to have to work is this is going to be a pump, or a pipe that goes to the surface, but also goes sideways. So I can find room for the pump. Oh look, the surface. And there's a monster. Is anyone surprised? We kill it with the MechWarrior Pop-Tart method. Ah! This is not intended. At least it went into the Thermalily little pocket instead of destroying everything. This water should really just go. I don't need it. The important thing I'm trying to do here is find space for a lot of nonsense. I think that nonsense is going to be over here. Oh yeah, that is every mod pack, every day, at all times. Smack the pump right there. Oh, I don't want to do this. I want to change the bottom to output, but it refuses to do that. Good news, we discovered how to configure the pump. Bad news, we don't want to configure the pump right now. You know what? You get to be the pump. Okay, opposite side, output. Facing side, input. More pipe. In fact, this pipe can go straight up. There's my lava light well. This pump needs a lever to power it. And that's it, mechanically. This setup, as long as I have a magma block in here, will continually pump additional lava down into the tank below. And unlike Starlight, there's not such a huge demand for it that I need multiple light wells. I do, however, need to conceal all the pipe work. But I'm done with the pipe. And the hammer. And the toolbox entirely. It's a useful thing, that IE toolbox. Do not sleep on the IE toolbox if you ever play immersive engineering. The toolbox is good. Except on that one version where... See that thing I have in the top center of my screen that shows me what I'm looking at? There was one version of Minecraft where that mod, one of those mods, and immersive engineering had a bit of a disagreement, and looking at the toolbox caused you to crash immediately. Okay, this is bad. I'm gonna get jumped by reavers. There they are. That's too many of them. That is way too many reavers. I don't know what I have slotted for summoning, but I need some allies right now. That'll do. Except I don't think it did. I think my Grigori army died immediately. Because half of these things are empowered variants. Hooray, Lycanites. Just die. What if I summon these instead? And follow aggressive. That makes more sense. Oh, I've been spotted. Bring on the fun. There we go. That worked out decently, and now they're going to come along with me to help as I take out the rest of this frost fire. Or not. They got stuck somewhere. That's okay. The frost fire is gone. Thanks, guys. You were a big help. Apparently they have the tamed pet thing to teleport if you get too far away. And while I was far away, I wasn't, apparently, too far away. However, that's measured. More generic snow and ice. More frost charges. Leather. The nether wart I'm just starting to throw away. I have that much of a surplus of it. But lava, 97.2 and 97.3. There we are. We now have a lava trickle charge. Which means I have an excellent way to feed my defense systems. How about these stupid flowers and things? Another dead trespasser. Glass. I can still see through the glass. Good. Good. Regular glass does what I need it to. Probably should have tried that a long time ago. Why am I packing things in here? I need them at home. Some of them. So now that my portals are secured, and I have lava trickle charging, wait, move the chest to where? Should it not be blocking that glass? There's hardly anything in it. Now would be a good time to move it. But where to? There. We have now preserved the windows. We'll leave these things behind. And just plain get out of the nether, because I have no business here right now. You know, there is something else I could do with those defense systems. Yeah, there's nothing there for me right now. I'm just not interested in throwing my face at the wall. Lycanites is worse than Mind Fantasy. I mean, there are things worse than dragons in the nether, constantly. And there are also dragons, so it's everything I don't like and more. I'm gonna hang on to the glass. Prismarine shouldn't be up there. Why is it up there? I would say fair, but this particular mod pack is a special case. I mean, I call it pain for a reason. I would not put Lycanites mobs in a typical mod pack because I hate it. And this entire playthrough is a showcase of why that hate is justified. I would not, under normal circumstances, tolerate a mod set that just floods the world with garbage and kills you at every turn, and expect anyone else to tolerate it either. Air, redstone root, gray, gray, light gray, light gray. I will make 2 of those. What this flower does is it functions as a small item vacuum. Basically, the point here is that when a bunch of monsters get killed by my 2 defense systems, I want the drops conveniently placed, well, in a chest. Which I need 1 barrel for, and 2 dirt. Hi. Bye. Welcome to my territory. Get lost. What is the range on this thing? I have something that I could check, but I don't want to use it right now. I'll just put the barrel there. And then dirt and hopper hawk. So now every time something dies in here, the drops just get vacuumed into that barrel. And I guess I'm going to put the other one right here. Well, it won't make a difference if I see it or not. And now everything that gets dropped ends up in the chest. This has been an excellent use of our first hour. We've upgraded our defense systems, made a lava generator. What's not to like? Everything's looking up. Please ignore the fact that I've died twice. I think twice. Was it only once? Does it matter? Yeah, I mean, dying multiple times consecutively is just a thing in this mod. And it's all like a Knight's fault. Which is why I typically don't play with it at all. Immersive engineering here, I mean, it has its high points, but it's super expensive to get going because it needs so much steel. It's also a mod I don't ordinarily put up with. There are better ways to accomplish everything it does. Oh, this is close by. Is there another one? Would you leave me alone? Now, it's too close to dawn to really identify these properly, but what I just saw there, those blue clouds, were star pools. At least I call them star pools. They're only visible while holding this offhand item I have, the Faucet Resonator. And they are areas of increased astral sorcery power. So I'm going to want to move this crafting table over to that star pool area, and also move it up into the sky. And that's going to be a challenge. That's probably going to be the biggest challenge of them all. Astral sorcery isn't here specifically because it conflicts terribly with Lycanites, but that contributes. I mean, technically everything conflicts with Lycanites, because it just makes everything harder, since the entire universe is more deadly. And I still haven't forgiven that stupid water elemental for washing away and destroying some of my flowers over here. I mean, this is part of a nature's aura structure. I need these. But some stupid monster showed up, threw balls of water around, spawned water source blocks on top of my flowers, which apparently deleted them, and then washed away most of the rest of the flowers in the process. They just ended up destroyed. More charges. Also, Wendigo Antler, which is a base that offers a pommel slot, is frost, and applies slowness. Well, that's a tempting base item. What do I put that with? I think this set here. Cinderblade, Darkling Skull. So I can have Leech, and a Burning Blade that does a lot of fire stuff. Summons a Cinder and a Darkling sometimes. And I can inflict slowness on top of it all. This might actually be a worthy weapon once it gets assembled. As for Frost, I have so many Frost type charges to level this with, it's ridiculous. Boom. Full up at level 3. It also has its own base damage value. So we have damage on the blade, damage on the skull, damage on the antler, pretty much the only thing I don't have is something that's actually a pommel slot. Which I don't need right now and can always add later. Vespid Stinger could add poison on the pommel. Lacedon Head, we're still thinking about Lacedon Head. It would add water, or add weight on the pommel. That could be strong. Water Jet Secondary. Paired with Ember Spread Secondary, maybe not. Levitation Pommel. Funny but irritating. For us. Okay. Base. Head. Blade. We now have the giant thing of nightmares. It is so large, it escapes our hotbar and is now poking up into our armor bar, practically. Also, I'm out of food again. What does Ember Spread Secondary mean? Probably sets things on fire. A little bit. It doesn't go very far. But having a right-click fire attack is okay, I guess. I'm still dubious of fire. Always have been. It didn't... Well, it's standing in water. What did I expect? You can't set something on fire if it's in the water. These guys are dueling. They can just have fun. You are not currently in water. So does this set things on fire? A little bit. And briefly. So as secondary attacks go, it's pretty rubbish. Burning 1, 2 seconds. That's bad. Oh, but that's also not the projectile attack, that's main attack. Summoned a friendly cinder. It also inflicted leech, which meant that my second and third attacks stole hearts. So it's not all bad. Also, it does 10 damage. Not as good as my existing weapon here, but it's still not bad. Leech at least gives me a fighting chance in some ways. And it summoned friendlies. Okay, this is not the worst piece of crafted gear. Oh, that one's mad at me now. Because I killed its friend. But it doesn't matter, we burn those. There's another one in this hole. Okay, so we have a pretty decent weapon. That is, it big. I am not playing hide and seek with this thing. Nobody told me we were playing Monster Hunter now. Maybe this thing could actually help me out in dealing with the Giga Dungeons. Kind of a mad thought, but I've gone to war for less. Now, I need to replenish my food stocks. Scout out the size of this star pool, and then commit to building in the sky. Oh, there's another one right here. This is ideal, because it's right next to, not only is it right next to my existing stuff, it also has the white stars in it, which I don't think the other star pools did. So I'm just going to mark this right here, right somewhere near the middle of it. I'll go take a peek at the other ones, because I think some of these might have been darker. They all have the stars in them. This one's really dense. I'm still going to use the one that I already marked, though. And you can just leave me alone. Nope, I got toxined. Bad Geist. Yeah, pretty much. It's also the general being outside at night under Lycanites is just a death sentence. And I'm not about that. I'm not about that life. I am more interested in my life continuing than ending immediately. But also, and unrelated, I do need to step away for a bit, so I'll be back shortly. Then we can start on those projects right after. We are back. Having miraculously survived the night. Where is all my food? More mac burgers? Maybe. I do have this potato surplus. Good old potato. After you split that, cook it twice as fast. That goes there. This goes back. I actually don't need it right now. Prepare to build. That's enough of our food ready for now. Have a nap. Hello everybody. Are you okay? Aryasaur is just losing his damn mind. We studied the EL for free. There's a dead Brusha over here. And Star Pool. Begins here. This river is also very convenient, because it allows us a fast way down. Ventoraptor just devoured the Yale. Kinda glad I got up here before that happened. Now I don't recall the optimal height for this. I just know it's above cloud level. Technically the optimal height for this is in cloud level, but then you have the clouds going through your face at all times. I think that'll do it. Let's put a little light here. Okay, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11. Oh, this is actually bad. Because if I go too far over this way, that'll interfere with my Spirits of Calling. So I can't actually build it here. And I'm going to have to use that other star pool in the woods that I didn't want to use. I was glad about being able to build this close to all of my other large workstations. but I simply can't put this in space and risk it covering up this, because when we make offerings to the Nature's Aura gods here, then our results rain from the sky. And I don't need stuff raining from the sky landing on a sky platform that is in the sky. So that star pool marker, also that's no longer necessary. Nor are these death markers. Just get rid of them. So we aren't ready to build our star pool after all. Another Brucia quill, which I don't need. Wool block. I could take these out of here and call them mob drops. That would save me a space. And the whole reason I took these out was to restock those things. I guess what I can do during this fine day, so I'm not completely wasting time, is break out the buzzsaw and do some deforesting near where I think this star pool is. This buzzsaw is a devastating tool. It just eats entire trees. And of course also makes ents happen, which is a little less desirable. But we've grown a bit, and ents are beneath us now. You up there, on the tree. Get down here. And this is why I have so many fur logs. Okay, so it must be at least 4 blocks tall to qualify as a tree. Noted. What? You dare. Dark parts of the woods persist. What? That should have broken the whole thing. Hello? No? What? You can't tell me this isn't a tree. What is possible, however, is that there's not a leaf block on top. I'll have to investigate that. Oak and sticks. Sticks are getting out of hand. Seeds and apples and saplings. Bones. Alright, bird. Let's go see what's wrong with this tree. No. There is leaf on top of it, so I don't know why it didn't get destroyed. Because that one got mangled just fine. Maybe it was too high up. That was the problem. The tree was simply too tall to consider itself a tree. I don't know what it thought it was, but it didn't assume that it was a tree. Now we have the ant army to look forward to. And a reaper, because we're killing things too much. Bear in mind, of course, that all I'm trying to do is cut some trees. Lycanites is choosing to make this as difficult as possible. Yeah, I thought that was funny when I found it. Oh, timber! Oh, I got multiple ent arms. That's good. Sigil of magnetism. Ring of magnetization. I think the sigil, well, the sigil's a block of iron. This is 4 iron, 5 iron, 6, 7, 8. It's also a block of iron, so I don't save anything. No, I know exactly what I'm going to do with these centaurs. I'm going to break them down for, hopefully, arbor. Yeah, arbor. And then use that to charge up something else. What I want this very second is magnetism. Because I am sick and tired of walking over every individual everything after I'm done breaking down trees. I just want all the leaves and everything just schlorped into my inventory. Schlorp being the technical term. It only takes an imbued slate. this reagent, these ashes, reagent, and then that's reinforced, imbued. There we go. Sigil of magnetism. Now I have toggleable item magnet, which probably costs blood to run. I'll have to see. We've also got to get outside with this and identify the new blood pool, or the new star pool, which I think, wow, this is enormous. I also think everything I came out here to collect despawned. Either that or I just can't see it in the star pool nonsense. No, it did, it's gone. Well, I guess that means I'm now ready to tear down some more and not have it despawn. Alright, Sigil of Magnetism, doing its job. Does it actually cost blood to run? I have no idea. I also need to get up there. Okay. Put away the Fossick. I just need to get these trees gone before I can start bothering to identify star pools. So we need to go lumberjacking in a big way. I'm just vacuuming all the oak logs out. Double click to take. There we go. Now I have more room in here. Put the faucet back. I've got so many apples and seeds. This box is starting to get overflowed. Where did this come from? Oh, I was afraid of that. I just magnetismed that hemp fiber off of the conveyor belt that goes through this section of wall. So I've got these That's not good. I mean, it's not awful, but I would really prefer that I didn't have just a ton of seeds backed up here. But I don't have a way to detect overflow. At least my plant oil is now no longer a problem. It's this that needs improvement. I think I need a third cloche, specifically for something that is exclusively fermentable, like potato. Yeah, that's my iron stock, though. So 2 hoppers is not going to happen right now. But I did have some iron processing, and that has been partially tripled. I put away the explosive powder, grab the cutting, no, not the cutting fluid, the resonator, the one that doesn't have mend on it, because I want this one to break. And we will start resonating this iron to further it down the tripling process. Yeah, iron is in very, very high demand. Botania needs it, industrial engineering needs it, or immersive engineering needs it to turn into steel. It's just required everywhere. Yeah, some kind of vanilla golem farm, which, for the record, I have never built, would be a good idea. That can't enchant. Just the problem with, I think, making an iron farm is the Lycanites nonsense. I could have golems just being killed left and right, and then it would flood the world with reapers. Who knows what else? And possibly the Aegis monster that appears in villages. I don't know. There are a lot of new threats that making an iron farm might cause to appear. I gotta raise a lot more of this forest too. There is a machine in Immersive that functions as a void miner. I don't know if it's plausible to even approach it right now, because it requires a lot of power. But we have the excavator. It's big and made of a lot of steel. And this is piece 1. There is also piece 2, which is 9 blocks of steel and more steel scaffolding. Oh, look at this. The excavator requires 4,096 flux per tick in order to operate. I can't generate that. The only way I think that could be generated is with the diesel generator, which requires much higher fuel production than I have. It produces, conveniently, 4,096 flux per tick. So this diesel generator, which is also tons more steel, among other nonsense, could power the excavator. And that's not even all there is to the excavator. There's something else in here. Mineral deposits. Deposits for mineral veins, da da da. Average miner can't find them. Special machine. That's the excavator. To begin looking for mineral veins, you need survey tools. Using these tools on soil, you can identify veins and find their approximate positions. Veins can overlap. After narrowing down the type and position, you have to build a core sample drill, which also consumes power and has to be built in the field out of more steel. It extracts a core sample, gives you detailed information on what you can dig up at that point. The saturation percentages of what ores are at that location. And then there are types of ores that can be retrieved. Nether veins. Yeah, so in order to make... So that was all the way back here at the excavator. To make the excavator, I need this much steel, plus the steel for the diesel generator, plus the steel for the core sample, plus to play the surveying minigame. By the time I can do all that, I won't need the iron anymore. Chalcopyrite. 35% iron, 35% copper, 30% sulfur. That's not even good for iron. Cinnabar. Redstone. Galena. Lead and silver. Igneous rock. Wouldn't this be great? You spend all that steel to build a digger, and all you get is rock? With some obsidian at 10%. Hooray. Laterite. Bauxite and iron. Mostly aluminum, some iron. Nether quartz and nether gold. 35% iron, 35% nickel. Again, bad for iron. Silt. Trash. Uranium with some lead. And that's it. There are 2 or 3 veins that produce iron, and none of them produce iron at high percentages. So at no point is the excavator a good decision. I do still need this though, because the fermenter, I need something that I can ferment that doesn't also produce melon slice. That's a possibility. Sugarcane. There we go. Sugarcane produces no seeds. Potato has a risk of maybe producing poison potatoes sometimes. Alright, let's prepare for a sugarcane cloche to additionally feed my nonsense. My additional nonsense. Why do I only have 1 conveyor belt? That's not great. Leather, iron, redstone. Poison potato doesn't really do anything for us. But yeah, sugarcane is perfect. Because with sugarcane... Pardon me, go away. I want none of that. With sugarcane, we don't have to worry about any sub-products. It's just all sugarcane all the time. So I'm just going to come over here. If you crouch when moving across conveyor belts, they don't affect you. Just in case that ever becomes relevant for anyone who cares. Garden cloche. Plus low voltage connector. Plus another wire off of this relay. Now it's powered. Now it has sugarcane and sand, which I think go in the opposite slots, like that. And now it just needs this pipe to provide water. And I forgot to tell the item router. I also forgot to put the conveyor belt in place, so everything's fine. Let me grab one cobblestone block, and we can get this cooking. You know what? I don't have to tell the item router if I just send it directly there, because that's where it's going anyway. There it goes. And that's it. We can pack everything away now. Last thing I want to do is take this water tank and stick it to the pipe again. But that should give us more fermenter action, more ethanol, which will start using up the plant oil stock, which will make this clog happen less, for some values of less. I could maybe get some bone meal in this thing to speed it up. For now. Just to get that clog fixed. Yeah, but I still need the iron for that. We are still operating at a significant iron deficit. Barely, yeah, just for the one. When this finishes processing, I'll have all the iron I could want. Temporarily, anyway. Now, these ent arms break down into arbor. I wanted arbor for the ent arms and spriggan roots. Ent arm, leech. That's an incredible base. It's even better than spriggan roots poison. So I'm going to break down 3 of these and use them to charge the 4th, improving its leech just a bit. Quill secondary, paralysis, slowness and wither. I'm going to put that here. And our Wraith Skull, which inflicts wither, wants nether charges. Fully charged, wither level 3. We're finally starting to see some value in these Lycanite's equipment pieces. You can't enchant them, so fortune will never be a thing. But progress is progress, I suppose. Let's terrorize some more trees. That is a Maug. That thing is hostile. Now it's also on fire. Didn't drop anything interesting, just some leather. I can't believe I got excited about the Enderman. I have an Ender Pearl surplus. I don't need him. Alright, bird. Here we go. We have more trees to eliminate. If these trees give us more Ents and more Ent arms, so much the better, as that will improve our arsenal that we have lurking. But really, I just need basically this whole forest to go. There's the Ents. I knew they were somewhere. I forgot to turn this on. Okay, you know what? That's what these tree charges are for. Dismiss bird, activate magnet, discipline Ents. Hopefully dismember Ents, but that may or may not happen. And vacuum up all the nonsense. I said all the nonsense, not some of the nonsense, all of it. Pretty good range on that vacuum. We'll throw another tree bomb right there. They're not the greatest. They were when I found them. But now that I have a buzzsaw, the tree bombs aren't that hot. Alright, I have things to put away, and then more bird. I would burn down the forest, but, you know, fire, which spawns more Lycanite monsters. So we can't have that. Oh. Turn off the magnet indoors. And this is ready for its final stage. The cutting fluid. The cutting fluid will finally turn that gravel into iron sand, which I can finally smelt. Also running this whole grinder over here to make... Whoa! Okay, I have bone meal now. I may have gone a little overboard there. Just a bit. Just a wee bitsy. Slightly too much bone meal. Fortunately, I have somewhere to put it all. This mod uses a lot of it. Turn this back on. Get back in the air. Promptly jump off, because I pressed the wrong key. Yeah, face out of the leaves. Suffocating in a block while on a mount, still a thing. I need to dismount for this. It's faster when I'm not on a mount, because the mining while flying penalty applies. Also, I really have to respect the durability on this buzzsaw. Which is not something I thought I'd have to say. It lasts a long time. None of my magic axes would last nearly this long. What the? What is nudging my bird? Stop trying to go that way. Bird, what are you doing? I don't know why it's periodically pulling to the southwest like this. With varying levels of violence. It's getting worse. What the heck? Stop that at once. It really wants to pull me this way. And now it doesn't? And now it's stopped. Okay. No idea what that was. Bird nonsense just kind of being mysterious. Oh, more ent. This happy guy. I like these guys. They sound stupid. Like they sound like they eat crayons or something. But they are kind of entertaining in their own way. Oh, I'm vacuuming things off the line again. That's the whole reason I went with this sigil of magnetism instead of the Botania ring of magnetism. Because I wanted it toggleable. And here I am, completely forgetting to toggle it at all times. Oh. Hello, darkness. What the... Why did that gem break instantly? That shouldn't happen. Do you have something to do with that? You better not be responsible. Just kick you over the top of this. See if it was your fault. Nope, you're gonna leave. Well, on suspicion of you being responsible, you gotta go. Whoa. All kinds of funky new noises. You're just sounding like a genuine dumbass the whole way. The Bobico, our mascot and Lord of Derp. But now I can finally start getting some iron from my long tripling process. And then, maniacal laughter ensues. But also, more lumberjacking. And I pulled some industrial hemp off of the line through the floor. This magnet does not mess around. Also, I don't want to think about the lag spike that would happen if I use this buzzsaw on a server with people. It already makes my frame rate suffer every time it triggers. And that's just not something I would want to subject others to. Nope. Another ant arm that I can break down. What? Oh, stepping in sweet berries. The unexpected sweet berry. This lumberjacking is also proving to be a very effective ant arm farm. Remember to turn off my magnet this time. We might be able to compost her hopper now. Not that I need the bone meal anymore, because I'm a lunatic. Feed the ant arm. Delete the sticks. Iron! Hooray! A 1 and a 2. Composter. And we'll make it a barrel. No, it doesn't have to be a barrel. Actually, it should be a barrel. And it should be another drawer. Which, yeah, I could make out of dark oak or spruce. Because fir planks doesn't work. The non-standard woods do not work. Oh, there's the oak. Here I am considering what kind of wood I'll have to break down, and the answer is none. Alrighty, down here in the deeps. We go drawer, hopper, composter, hopper, barrel, trash. Which is not going in the composter, because the composter cannot accept items from the side. Fine. I tried to save some vertical space, but you wouldn't let me. I should maybe have some melons growing down here. Not many, just a couple. Probably less pumpkins as well. So, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. That'll do. Which means these have to be dirt. Wheat, melon, pumpkin. Beetroot. All of this nether wart. I just way too much nether wart. There's no reason to have this much nether wart. Pumpkin is covered. Seeds are more than covered. Industrial hemp, more than covered. Yeah, this all goes up here. That's true. Bone blocks are pretty cool. I have used them decoratively before. Stone over there. Thank you for the reminder. I had in fact forgotten. Because my mind is leakier than the composter. Is it daytime? It is. But I don't care right now. Because I have all this to put away. You know what's going to need a void upgrade? This thing. Because I'm going to have more leaves than I know what to do with. And it's getting dark. Of course it is. I just peek inside my house for a second and it's getting dark. This actually isn't a bad thing. Illagers. Whatever. They're lost. Getting dark means I can check my progress on deforestation. And it looks like I've basically wiped out the area I need to. Look at this. This generally doesn't happen. These star pool areas tend to be patches and not giant swaths like this. I'm going to put it here. This is my new star pool location. I'll build my astral sorcery altar in the sky right there, where it doesn't interfere with anything. You guys, get lost. You are not invited. Yeah. Who's the pillager now? Also an achievement I've never gotten before. I don't usually use enchanted crossbows. I tend to rely on modded things for my ranged attack needs. Alright, so when daylight returns, I can start building astral sorcery on that point. Let's just make daylight return immediately. What? Oh! That happens. Lycanites. Even going to sleep occasionally kills you. I kid you not, the justification for that is that the Reaper assumes you're dead when you try to sleep sometimes. He's just a little dumb. The damn Grim Reaper has a case of the stupid. Alright, point star pool. That Mog over there can just kind of do his thing. Alright, let me get rid of this marker, because it's going to be distracting. Pretty much. Oh, he's sideways. I'm going to go up to 139 again. That way 140 can be the actual floor level. And from here, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13. Did I count that right? Break that one in the center as a marker, and fill out the floor. Holding shift so we don't plummet to our death the whole time. Now I do have to credit Lycanites for one thing. Thanks to Bird, I'm not going to need a ladder up here, or a teleporter since it's reasonably close. I can just fly. It is funny to me, looking down from above, that the rules for gold leaf propagation is that they spread to adjacent leaf blocks. And it's hilarious that the very tips of these fir trees have a gap in the leaves, so the gold can't spread to the tip. So we just have all these little sad fir tree tips on top of golden firs. And it looks absurd. Yeah, the Nature's Aura golden leaves can only spread to adjacent leaf blocks that are in contact. They can't jump or do diagonal shenanigans or anything like that. So if we have a peek from the side in passing, you can see that there's a gap where there's just one log block and then the lasted leaves on top, and every single fir tree does this. So that's why it has little fir tree points on top of the golden trees. Also, I only poisoned a few fir trees with the golden leaf thing. It spread to this whole forest on its own. Yeah, I suppose that's something I should actually thank Biomes of Plenty for having trees that are this densely packed together and large. Because usually I can only get that kind of action from a dark oak forest. Yeah, now it's the whole biome. I've just manufactured a golden leaf biome. I mean, it hasn't actually changed the biome type, but you get what I'm saying. So now our platform is prepared. I can put away all this cobblestone but one. Grab the book, a bunch of marble, and begin discussing the altar upgrade. This one. That's a bucket of starlight, another one of my rock crystals, 2 chiseled, 4 pillar. I used to use the chisel mod for this. Stonecutters made chisel irrelevant. But this is the big deal. Now I have to build this, which I have built countless times before. 8 chiseled, 28 arch. "24 brick, 21 sooty." And I've already forgotten the numbers. My brain went off on a tangent. 24 brick, 21 sooty. And 21 sooty just doesn't go in here. That's made differently. That's made with coal or charcoal. So we're cooking more charcoal. Let's only cook 2, because I think I have more iron ready. More iron on the way. It's fine that we went over on sooty. We will need tons of sooty later. And the last thing is 8 more pillars. 5, 6, 7, 8. Pillar. screaming crake, that's fine. Despite their hideous and toothy appearance, they are neutral. Not concerned about the crake. Alright, bird, we got some building to do. Way up here. How about you hang around and play guard? Then again, no, I can't stand the wing flapping. It's just too much. Also, sunset, so we're gonna have more problems to look forward to. I wonder if there are any special deadly mobs that appear up here in space. I'm missing some things for that. And the marble arch just lines the whole thing. But not the corners for some reason. Make sure the platform itself is well lit, that's fine. Kill the magnet, bring the bird back out. Plummet to the water. I hit crystal. Why is this flickering? Oh. I must have drained power completely. Oh yeah, we're out of power. And for that complete power drainage, I blame our increased efficiency here. I don't think this stuff is gonna run. That's okay. I have a minor intermediary solution here. If I give this thing a redstone signal, then it'll stop trying to overcharge the furnaces, and it will run for very, very cheap to keep them at normal speed furnaces. That'll save me some power. Now about this upgrade. Bird. Let's get back to it. What is that? What the heck are you? Oh. Just a variant Bobico. I was very confused because it was brown. Starlight Bucket, Crystal, and the Wand. And we have upgraded the altar. Good work, Bird. Good work. As a celebration, I'm going to grab this idiot. And drop him from orbit. Boo. Bye. He lived. Okay. Witch. I didn't get the witch, I got a spider. This bird is funny, because it's basically a sky crane. Needs more health, though, and I have not been able to find anything that is order element to level up the bird with. Okay, you can't dog fight me with a creeper. That doesn't work. Especially not when I have guns and you don't. Alright, abandoned bird. And our progress speaks for itself. Third chapter of Astral Sorcery. Which looks no different from what it's looked like in previous versions. We still need to telescope, so we can identify constellations and progress that way. That's still not something I particularly feel like doing because it's such a pain. Our lava trickle charge is going well. Our mana pool value here is pretty nice. I like how things are shaping up here. I could do a little better. I think it's time to super automate these. And here's what that's going to look like. I also kind of want this because I want to have a look at the range of the Hopper Hawk down here. What is your range? Unknown, because it goes through walls. Okay. Different question. If a potato falls in the farm, and it's within the Hopper Hawk range, does it end up in the chest? I'm laughing because I watched it disappear. I can't decide if that's a bad thing or not. I guess what I want to do is try and unbind the Hopper Hawk from the mana pool. Like, I don't want it to be powered, so it has reduced range and only deals with its own room. Bind, function, bind, function. I don't even know if that's possible, to unbind a flower. You don't stop. No, not allowed. Items in frames, items not in frames, any items. Well, I can set it to not in frames, and then consider making item filter if that really is an issue. But I guess I can't disconnect it from the mana pool. Kind of a shame. Anyway, what I'm looking for right now is Solagnolia. No, incorrect. Solagnolia disrupt magnets. That's a good thing, but that also is not what I want right now. Renan Carpus, that's the one. This is something else where I don't want it to use mana. I'd really prefer if it didn't, but I'm not going to be able to avoid that, I don't think. Earth, redstone root, orange, orange, yellow. I'm going to need 2 of them. And the reason I'm being so free with these is because, well, they're so cheap. Once you really get into Botania, everything that you can craft with it is very inexpensive. At least the magical flowers. Powering them is sometimes another story. Floating looks like that. To get floating, we need glimmering. And I destroyed all my flowers and turned them into seeds, so I guess floating is not happening. Huh. I hate floating anyway, for further parts of this plan. So we're going to have to go hunt more flowers at some point. Color, basically irrelevant. Is that another illager? I just killed like 4 of you guys. Get the hint. Oh, it's another hole. You know what? Boys, you have no idea. Get 'em. Shred them. Reinforcements. Good work. He did. There were a couple other shots fired in my direction, but, you know, none of them panned out. It's also worth noting that this summoning staff costs basically nothing. I have a regenerating mana value, specifically for summoning, under Lycanites. And that's all it costs, is that regenerating mana, and durability from the staff, but I can fix that. Anyway, now that that little interruption is dealt with, I'm still going to need more flowers, so I can do the floating thing. So you can just kind of hang out for a minute. And that too. We're on a Botania flower hunt. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. I don't want you right now. Give me this guy. We're going like the wind. Purple. Oh, you know what makes this even better? If I had that horn. What the? You okay, dude? Ah. Just rocket on home for a second. I'm gonna be the most ridiculously efficient flower collector that I can be. Alright, now let's go. Turn on the magnet, which I had to dismount to do because it involves holding shift. Get out of the crevice, that's embarrassing. Oh, any Botania flowers around? So far, not really. You are a tall one, which you don't count. Oh, while I'm in the area, actually. Cow. And also cow. This will replace the cows we accidentally killed with our defense system. These are the wrong kinds of flower. You are also a double tall flower. Can't use you. Where are all the Botania flowers? Surely not in this badland. Aha. Honk. And they're all mine. Or the Wild, which I also call Honk of the Ages. It just makes some kind of black thumb note and collects every plant in the vicinity. Very useful if you hate grass. I happen to hate grass, so there's that. I also have a beehive. Can't do much with that right now. I don't even know if I need a beehive at any point. By the way, the horn costs literally nothing to use. There is no downside to using it. I can take all this stuff, disenchant it. The flint, I don't care about flint. Obsidian, maybe I should care about. Hang on a sec, buddy. There's also good old crying obsidian, which some mods do special things with. I don't actually remember if this mod set cares. But having more obsidian on hand is always a good thing. Alright. We have darkness. We have a nearly full inventory. Time to get going home. By the power of Rocketbird. Ah! Especially if insects are going to poison me. Come on, Rocketbird. Take it home. It's broken. Made it anyway. Okay. Now, pretty much the entire reason I did that was to collect some base Botania flowers. I have no memory where I'm storing normal flowers. Also, these flowers, these oral blooms, are useless. So, turn this off before I mess up the conveyors. What goes in this slot? That goes in that slot. What goes in that slot? Oh, the pouch. I'm paying attention, I swear. There's my flowers. I don't know why they're here, but they are. Those are useless. That's iron. This is a clock. Don't really care about the clock. Maybe I should do some enchanting before I strip these off and regain more. Yes, it's a good time to enchant. What can we do? Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. I knew all this already. Wait. Fire aspect and knockback. Yeah, no thanks. You can't enchant. You are done enchanting. You can't enchant. Alright. What more can my armor take? Nothing on helmet. Up to prot 4. Unbreaking 3. Now it just wants thorns, and I don't want thorns. Legs. More fire prot. Go ahead and max that out. Unbreaking. Max that out. We're done. Boots. Feather falling, unbreaking, unbreaking. Death Strider 2. Do I want 3? Maybe not. 3 might be too much. I think we're done. Peel the enchantments off of there. You don't need to still be cooking. You have nothing left to cook. I guess that's the other effect of my having that lever flipped. These furnaces are just always on now. But they're always on at like 1 power per tick, so I can handle that. Just keep the biodiesel coming. My always-on normal furnaces are fine. Iron has come. Charcoal. I guess I'll store charcoal up here. The cows. Also, don't I have like tons of eggs somewhere? That is not what I would call tons of eggs, but it's a start. Where am I going? I go around this corner. These guys are still fine. Hey! I specifically moved the defense system so that couldn't happen. Yet here we are, murdering my cows again. Oh, that's why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6th space is that wall. Well, alrighty then. I guess that means I need to move these back 1 more space so they stop massacring my farm. Goodbye. We can't forget to keep the batteries down here charged. I don't know how much power is in this pool, but it doesn't look like much. There's my other cow. Let's see if you die immediately. Okay, they are not dying by moving over to that side wall. And my trespassers still are. Perfect. How would you boys like some mushrooms? Gather round, my toxic friends. Because they need to farm up some more moss pie for me. Now, finally, back to what we were doing with these things. And the entire reason I went into the flower nonsense to get into this. I need some flowers. Their color almost doesn't matter. I need 2, 4, 6, 8. That sounds about right. And I can really use anything. There's no shortages here. Because while it may look like I'm lower on petals with some things than others, petals are very easy to replenish. Let me just hang on to the rest of these flowers. I'm keeping 10. Not 8, but 10. These flowers combine with glowstone dust to become glimmering flowers. A flower being glimmering by itself is functionally meaningless. But it's an intermediary crafting step. I think the only thing they do is shed light now. Now I need some grass. Hello, Spriggan. Could you not? I mean, thank you for the arbor charges, but I'd really rather you didn't. About those arbor charges. Our Ent arm is now finished, meaning I can assemble whatever this nonsense is, and the leftovers can go in the Spriggan. But I'll build the thing when I feel. Also, this I get lightning and Fey. Well, I have Fey. Warg Skull, not done yet. But I've allowed myself to get distracted. We collected the grass to turn it into pasture seeds. Pasture seeds, as mentioned before, their primary purpose is you plant them on dirt, and it becomes grass. In fact, violently becomes grass and spreads far and wide. But that's not why I wanted it. other thing it does is it combines with dirt and glimmering flowers to make floating flowers. Floating flowers are mostly something of a novelty. They just kind of hang around and shed light and occupy a block space. On the whole, they don't do all that much, at least not on their own. But they can be combined with functional flowers, and that makes the functional flowers floating. The whole reason I'm doing this is so I can make some floating pure daisies. Get some white petals and a bucket. And some seeds. Do it again. And again. And again. I've actually discovered an even faster way to do this, but my apothecary is inconveniently placed and I don't really have the space to pull that off. But there is, in fact, a faster way to bulk craft flowers. Anyway, pure daisies combined with the floatings to make floating pure daisies, which I'm just going to stack in a vertical line above our existing pure daisy. There is a slight problem here, that there's now no longer space for lighting. Doesn't matter though, because the floating pure daisies shed light. Next up, I need to establish some special flooring. And the reason for that is the special flooring configures the Renoncarpus. And this is going to be our special flooring. And I'll show you why in a minute. I'll actually need to make the flooring itself to make this work. I could do this with one Renoncarpus and some piston shenanigans to swap the block underneath it. But I don't think that would change the fundamental problem here that I'm currently trying to address. Ooh, I can't do it that way. Living wood is not the right answer. Honestly, neither was living rock. I messed up. I messed up twice. This has to be stone. And the other one should probably be fur. because fir is the most common wood type I have. Most plentiful wood type I have, certainly. And now for the actual trick. The way Carpus works, let me get the book so I can read this off, is that when it detects dropped items in its vicinity, it places those items on top of the block that is below the block it's planted on. So if I plant the Carpus here, on this dirt, it ignores this dirt and detects the fir log. Same thing for this one. I plant it on the dirt, it ignores the dirt, it detects the stone. And then any blocks that are dropped in its vicinity, it will place on the appropriate block type that matches what it detected. I also now want to see if there is a way to filter it. No, it does not have an item filter. Mana is optional, increases its range. Does it have mana, and what is its range? These things must be known. I didn't even place the thing, so I can't detect that right now. Its range is It is linked to the mana pool. I didn't want that, but it is anyway. So what I need to do right now is change my floor. My floor in this area cannot be stone now, or else it will try to place blocks on top of it. This redstone line can't be stone either. So what was all that for? This. Automatic placement of stone on stone, including stone on top of stone that's already been placed, so it just stacks all the way up. Because the fir log over here is completely covered, the other Carpus has ceased functioning. And that Carpus has apparently limited reach. Oh, I see. Its placement range is the darker ring, and the brighter ring is its item collection range. Weird. I'm hearing placement that I'm not seeing. And it pushed the stone out of range again. Stone, come back. But this was the whole idea. Automatic placement. Oh no. Why does it have this kind of range? How did I... What kind of reach do you have? And it completely blocked up my water pit, because that was stone floored as well. I guess we're investing in granite flooring now. I just turn around and there's a wall in my way. Okay, now I need to get some water back. There we go. Cistern restored. And we now have... Oh no. It's placing the living rock. Everything about this setup is proving to be more trouble than it's worth. If I use the magnet, though, it's fine. In any event, I now semi-successfully have rapid processing. If I also go ahead and break this, make that granite as well, then I have a little slot that I can put the material in. And there we go. Now we will have all the living wood we could possibly want. It's just a little slow. Also, this does not count as an axe. Shovel, pickaxe, hoe, shears, not an axe. So what am I going to use to chop all this? Also, what the heck is that? I do not recognize that silhouette. It doesn't look like a rock or a ventoraptor. Speaking of rock, one is coming after me. What are you, strange chicken beast? Okay. We have more problems. Reavers, Jengu, that toxic thing. I guess I'm not finding out what the chicken is today. No chicken-based knowledge for me. But I got this going for me, which is nice. I just don't have a fast or convenient way to break it. But I guess we can live with that for now. Okay. Pseudo semi-automation is a step. And a pretty good step at that. I certainly do like the ability to make the Botania resources in bulk. 'Tis very nice. I'll charge up our defense system a bit more. I could do some culling of our poison friends. Here, boys. And that leaves a breeding pair. Congratulations, you're today's winners. You get to be the first of the next batch. Now, what more trouble can I cause? Well, I should cook up this aspid so I can get to moss pies again. Botania has a bunch of other interesting utilities, including a way to manufacture clay that is presumably better than astral sorceries, although it does consume mana to do so and is not passive. There are things like Tiger's Eye. Tiger's Eye is a cat flower that prevents creepers from exploding, and also causes creepers to flee from nearby players. It's just a cat flower. Giulia keeps monsters out, also animals. It just generates a force field. Jaded Amaranthus generates mystical flowers. It just kind of does that when fed by a mana pool. So this is how you get infinite flowers. Metamorphosis turns stone into colored stone, which can be used for all the stone things. But that's all it does. It generates fancy decorative blocks. And the color that is produced is random, but also weighted toward some factor of your current biome. Medumone paralyzes creatures. Polydesiac uses mana to feed food items on the ground to animals within range. So it's an auto-breeder. If you have a way to detect the amount of animals you currently have and the amount of food you have available. So it's effectively an auto-breeder, but it's way too much work to get running. Because you have to automate the whole thing and feed it mana for it to function. Tangleberry. The opposite of the force field flower is the reverse force field flower. Keeps any animals or monsters within a specific area, preventing them from leaving. It does cost mana constantly, though, so just build a wall. Unless you're constructing a trap of some kind. And speaking of traps, Vinculotus. Whenever an Enderman attempts to teleport within the range of the Vinculotus, the Enderman teleports to the Vinculotus. They can't leave. So if you combine a Vinculotus with that reverse force field flower, Tangleberry, I believe, you can have an Enderman farm that passively vacuums in Endermen from around your base. All Endermen will be forced into that trap. And if I put that trap near my poison and damage defense system, then I could just passively generate ender pearls. There's also a delay function. Flowers planted the way I've already planted them on dirt and grass have high priority. Podzol delays their effects. Mycelium creates a larger delay. So there's a way to prioritize flowers. Also just open that just so it stops being angry with me and stops having a marker on it. There's a lot more here. There's the Mana Star, which the only thing it does is it measures whether the amount of mana in your pool is currently going up or down. So if you have a mana generation setup that is tied to a function setup and it's supposed to be self-contained, then this Mana Star will tell you whether you're making more than you need or less than you need. We also have the Splitter, other sort of things, Manatide Bellows, which makes things run faster, including furnaces. It also improves the speed of mana pool transfer for things like the Mana Tablet. Mana Tablet is just a Botania mana battery. I can throw it in a pool, and it will drain mana from the pool and collect it into the tablet. That's all it is. A typical Botania setup involves rings. You can have a ring of mana storage, because the tablet can be made into a ring. Then you have a ring of mana generation, and have passive mana production, but very, very slow. And then wear all Botania armor, so you have armor and tools that repair themselves off of your Botania mana, which passively regenerates. I'm not doing that. because this stuff is a bit stronger than anything I could get to with Botania right now. These are what I was just talking about. The Band of Mana is a mana tablet in ring form. And the Band of Aura is the mana generator in ring form. It can also have Terra Steel applied to it to make it better, but it's still a very slow mana trickle. There are all kinds of other fun things here, like the Pyroclast Pendant, which, if you are on fire, will automatically put you out. There's an upgraded version that makes you immune to fire, but this one right here, by itself, is decent enough for dealing with blazes, because if a blaze sets you on fire, the Pyroclast Pendant immediately says no. Am I wearing any necklaces? I am. I haven't noticed this thing functioning. Maybe it's been working on skeleton arrows once in a blue moon, but I haven't noticed this actually working. And it certainly hasn't worked on the Lycanites monsters, which is why I made it. We have the Ring of Cordata, a personal favorite. Oh man, that was not an ingredient before. This used to be a very cheap ring that gave you water breathing, extreme swimming speed, and it didn't give you aqua affinity before, but I guess it does now. I used to equip it for the swim speed and just rocket off through the water without needing a boat or a fish mount. But the heart of it didn't used to require a heart of the sea. This is a significant expense increase. Ring of Correction. Kinda dumb. All it does is, if you have pick, axe, and shovel, etc. on hand, and you try to break a block with the wrong tool, it automatically swaps tools for you. I've never seen a use for it. Dexterous Motion. Double tap dodge. I think this is new. I'm not familiar with this ring. Ring of Magnetization. We already looked at that. It's disabled when sneaking or in range of the Solagnolia. But it's a magnet, just like the green tablet we have now. Ring of the Mantle. It gives you haste. That's it. Snowflake Pendant. It's Frostwalker. It also leaves snow in your path. The Spectator. Honestly, a really nice item. When you hold an item, any other instance of that item in the world around you displays a highlight. Containers that have that item in it, dropped items, mobs that have that item, players that have that item, villagers trading for that item. And when sneaking, regardless of what you're holding, you see highlights on all dropped items nearby. Fairly inexpensive, too. It's just a head slot item, which I don't think I can afford right now. Third Eye. Makes nearby mobs glow, even through walls. Pretty expensive. Just to be able to highlight it to body slot? Yeah, because I need a giant blinking eye in my chest. Tiny Planet. Tiny Planet is silly. Silly, but also extremely powerful for reasons you wouldn't expect. What Tiny Planet does is when you have it equipped, mana bursts are pulled into orbit around you. They circle you. Normally this sounds like a bad thing, because you have all of your mana spreaders firing mana bursts and trying to keep your base powered, move the power around how you want it to. Where this becomes terrifying is over here with the Mana Blaster. The Mana Blaster fires mana bursts. It's a mana gun. Now all you have to do is give it a lens that turns the mana burst into a damaging burst, and fire it several times, and now you have an aura of death as these damaging bursts just circle you. Yeah, by itself, it's just a mana blast. It's just a mana spreader gun. Not that impressive. You combine it with a tiny planet to make its bursts orbit you, and then we go looking for lenses, which I think are over here. Combining lenses, etc., etc., manipulating lenses. Velocity lens. The burst is faster. Potency lens. The burst is stronger. Resistance lens. The burst lasts longer. Efficiency. It's cheaper. Messenger. This is one that has certain applications. It makes the burst extremely weak and extremely fast and long-ranged. So it really only works with sending the burst as a signal. It's not good if the burst needs to do anything. Well, there's one lens that it pairs well with. Bounce lens. The mana burst bounces. That simple. Gravity lens. It moves in an arc, which also allows it to go slightly further if you can aim it correctly. Bore lens. The burst now drills. Damaging lens. Damaging plus potency plus mana blaster plus tiny planet is I have a gun that feeds an aura of death. Phantom. The blast passes through blocks. Has some niche uses if you need to pass power through a wall. Magnetizing. It kind of homes in on blocks that can receive mana. Entropic. This one's scary to put on a mana blaster, because this gives you a rocket launcher. It becomes a TNT gun, which you can then modify with a potency lens to give it increased power, or any other lens to make it faster or weaker or do whatever. Just don't pair this one with a tiny planet, because you'll surround yourself with bombs, and that's just not wise. influence lens, which pushes things along with it. I've never seen a use for this one. The weight lens. This one also has uses you wouldn't expect. Shooting a block with this causes the block to have sand-like physics. It falls. The use case for this is you have a mechanism that places stone and then uses either astral sorcery or Botania to turn that stone into ore, and then the weight lens hits the ore block, drops the ore onto like a half block so it pops off instead of falling, like dropping gravel onto a torch. And then you effectively have Silk Touch on generated ores. This is how Botania makes an infinite ore engine. You have the Kindle lens, which it just starts fires. It doesn't ignite creatures, it just starts fires. Force lens, it shoves blocks, a single block like a piston. Flash lens, this is the one that pairs well with messenger. The flash lens creates light sources, giving you a lot like my blood magic one down here. This turns your gun into a torch gun. And if you combine this with the messenger lens, the torch blasts become extremely cheap and fast and fly very far. Because normally the flash lens is surprisingly expensive to run. But the messenger lens really reins that in. And there's still a bunch of other stuff. We haven't even scratched the surface of Botania. And this is still only chapter 1. There's a whole second chapter that's still hidden to us. There's actually 2 chapters that are still hidden to us. Because Terra Steel is necessary. And on top of Terra Steel, there's also The End and Alfheim. So that is three chapters that are still closed to us. Whether it's worth it at the end of all that is not a question I'm comfortable answering. Botania is still a colossal pain in the neck. This is still stacking up. I might want to give that either an upgrade or void. We'll do gold upgrade, just to give it a deeper pocket. Because I don't want this completely filling up. What else can we do? Well, at the moment, I'm of a mind of closing this down, actually. I could use another cow before we do that. And it looks like the day is in our favor. Alright then. It's bird time. Let's find a few cows. There are more Botania flowers up here. Something to remember. actually lots of them. Sheep too. You know what? Give me 1 sheep and 2 sheep. And I can still find and claim 1 cow. And there it is. Hello, cow. You are getting sky craned. It's a little glitchy, but we have the cow. Let's drop it here. Try not to hurt yourself. Deliver these sheep. Then go back topside and grab the cow. I do not know why the capture thing keeps dipping below my view and back up again. Usually that indicates that it's repairing, but it doesn't have any way to take damage, so I don't know what it's doing. But I now have a cow. This brings us to 2 cows, 2 sheep, and I think 2 chickens down here. And I don't really need any pigs. I'm just glad I stopped killing everything with my defense system. Because that was annoying. Now, who wants mushrooms? Nobody wants netherwort specifically. I thought I'd shown that netherwort can be fed to these guys. But I guess not today. Alright, let's boost the population a bit. And then seeds for the chickens. 1 and 2. Weird that some of these haven't grown at all. I'm wondering if it has light requirements similar to what was going wrong with the hemp. How's this doing? Netherwort like crazy. And of course, beef and eggs from the earlier failures. You know, if it collects some eggs passively, I wouldn't mind. The netherwort, though, that has to go to the bone meal maker. Speaking of which, all of this should probably be stored in the bone meal maker. And I think that'll about do it for the day. We have certainly made some progress. On a lot of things. I got my teleporter, I fixed my animals, we made it easy to bulk craft Botania blocks. We've got defense systems on both sides of the portal. Many, many things are looking up for us right now. What's this? Raw concha bead, which cooks and makes reptile treats or explorer's risotto. Or tropical curry, I guess. So there are options. We also placed that third the third sugarcane cloche here, and are trying to accelerate it badly. So we can have more ethanol and therefore more biodiesel, and then what? I don't know what to do with the surplus biodiesel. All I really know is that I'm trying to solve the surplus here. Look at all these hemp seeds. It's all full of hemp seeds. I need to be growing hemp anyway. What I should probably do is remove the beetroot. Trade the beetroot for more sugarcane. Because we need more ethanol and less seeds. The beetroot is an artifact of when I was running only beetroot. So now we have to tell you to go green. Right, you are right. The sugarcane will not grow in the cloche on dirt. I don't know how you know that, because normally sugarcane will grow just fine on dirt. But you are right, in the cloche it does not grow on dirt. Alright, I think I did configure that. You there. Ah, I did say that, didn't I? That makes sense. Okay, now you can be that, and you can go over there. And back that way. Now I have twice the sugarcane, twice the ethanol. This one is still boosted. Let's actually boost both of them. This is probably a bad idea, but I don't care. Fermenters are hard to feed at the rate that they can consume. And this surplus is just going to have to deal with itself. I could put a tank here and create like a buffer, but then I need a pump. That's true too. I can put the surplus in the compost, but I don't have to keep coming down here to collect it. The whole thing I'm trying to go for is not having this surplus accumulate at all. Which may just be beyond my ability to produce and power. More generators might be in order too. So while I'm here, buzzsaw, fill your tank. Buzzsaw is good. Drill, not so good. We went over that last time. Yeah, drill, not impressive. Railgun, really not impressive and super expensive to use. Pistol, a gimmick. That's all it is. It's a gimmick. Its ammo is way too expensive, and it does way too little damage. And the reload mechanic is too annoying. The alternative to opening the revolver and manually placing all those bullets is to make speed loaders, each of which must be manually filled ahead of time and takes up an inventory slot. They don't stack. Making the revolver a very irritating weapon that's useful really only for the flavor of being a revolver. That's literally all it's good for. But if it was a good weapon, it wouldn't be in this mod pack. We are, after all, in Minecraft pain. But I am yammering and stalling. So, I guess that'll do it for the day. I'm really not sure what to continue with tomorrow. Perhaps more Botania shenanigans. The only other thing we could do is go to the end, or do some more Lycanite nonsense. Like finding out what this button does. And this one. Arm, head, pike. Rod, head. Technically a pike. Oh wait, this wasn't finished. I was not done powering up the warg skull. Whereas all of these are fully powered up, so I get to figure out what this does next time. But the warg skull still needs to cook. It certainly looks suitably frightening. Just got those big frosty fangs coming out of the side of an entire head there, mounted on a stick. I really don't like the horn right in the middle of my screen, though, so probably won't use this for very long. It does 13 damage. For leech, slowness, and wither, and can throw frost bolts. So I apparently have two very powerful Lycanite type weapons. Let's just dual wield them. What a nightmare this is. Maybe that's how we actually fight the Giga Dungeons. But those are concerns for another time. And I will see you next time. Until then.